at all the body fat that I lost, and every time I look at it, I just lose my appetite.
Well, that is a good idea.
What's
Trouble stealing your appetite.
Arrested with our new bat burger. I'm honored by this tribute, miss.
I knew that if I cast anyone in the role of Thornton Reed, I'd probably sack them within a couple of weeks because they'd just rub me up the wrong way.
All right, check the scores. Kurimoto 17-15 Iron Chef Takagi.
What if I give you an IOU?
Oh, look at that! It's a skeletal Homestar Runner, and he's throwing star steaks at me!
I love that. I want to cry. That's sweet.
The zoo is, still not acknowledging the problem,
They
so
are bastards.
but she could be accommodated by Jimmy Page.
Absolutely. I mean,
It would be dangerous to break such a large window.
Tina screamed for Nurse, but little Miss Nurse didn't come.
If you can't spend it, money's just a lot of worthless paper, isn't it?
But don't worry, the prince is fine.
This is my complaint, right? TV is the most unkinking, unhappening, unsussed piece of shit in the hood right now.
Well said. Well said. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing okay. I'm on the mend.
The brown maiden is normally found in shrubland and thickets, and feasts on tiny grubs and leaves.
Hello, Mad Moose. Gonna get me hankering with some grubs and leaves before long. Generally, yeah, I don't eat dinner before the stream, just because otherwise I kind of get prematurely sleepy. So I usually remain a bit on the hungry side, and then at the break I have like a muesli bar or something, and then after the stream I'll have something carby. Okay.
All right, ladies. Now, when you stride down the runway, you're walking towards your car.
Okay. Oh crap, I just realized. Hang on. No. Okay. I gotta clear the screen of things that are incriminating. Okay, that's gone. Pretty sure that's the only thing. Oh, I'll need that. I won't need that. Yeah, okay, we're good to go. Alright, let's just kick off then, shall we? Hey, hi, how's it going? My name is Scott. This is a stream about fixing things. It is about fixing ScummVM, a project with a name, and it's about adding support for Macromedia Director, a slightly bigger name. Okay. It's been okay. Last stream didn't really end on like a good note. I was just really just not in the mood. As soon as, basically as soon as I went to bed the next morning, I was like, oh, okay, the things that I was kind of fussing about being like too much of a pain turned out to be like not insurmountable after all. So Opera Fatal will probably come later. We did get the save game feature working. That was like the big blocker there was that the save code for that game is just insane. And as far as I can tell, it creates a copy of a director file, uses the engine to save that director file with a text box changed, which includes the game data in it, or includes at least the name of the save game in it. And basically, if your entire kind of like open movie in new window to save movie to file to load movie from file live from the save data, if all of that isn't working, then you're kind of in a bad spot. And in our case, I think the reason, like, it was basically just corrupting super bad, and like that's kind of when I kind of crashed out of the stream because I was like, no, I don't feel up to it. And then the next morning I went and looked at it, and it turned out, oh, the reason why it was kind of corrupting so bad is because it was only after the second time you saved. The first time you saved was absolutely fine. The second time you saved, everything was cooked. And the reason why is that the code that's responsible for loading the movie from the save archive uses a file system node, which is like a special type of stream which is related to the file on the disk. And normally, that's fine if it's read-only. But in our case, we were opening up the FS node for the old save file. Then we were opening up a new FS node, essentially, for I don't know, the same file name. And I'm guessing this is just kind of a quirk of how ScummVM's file system backend works, but creating that save file just zeroed out everything that was in the read. So the read handle still worked, there was just nothing in there. And that's kind of bad for us because like all of the commands for fetching resources, they're generally not buffered. They just generally jump to a point in the stream and start reading from the stream. And of course, if that stream is now just like empty, you get nothing, or you get garbage, or you get a little bit of both. So yeah, we were able to kind of fix that corruption issue by just adding in some buffering. So whenever a movie is being loaded specifically from the save game cache, which we know is read-write, that gets stored entirely in memory before use, which then means that when you do a save and you open up that other handle, it's fine because you're not reading from the file system node, you're reading from the copy that is in memory, which I'm guessing is how the original did it, because the original is able to read and write over the same file, something which Windows very, very prissy, notoriously, about if you have like any kind of like open file handle, then tough toenails, you cannot write to that file, as far as I'm aware. There may be like some other kind of like, at least not by default. There's probably like some way of like, I don't know, tricking the kernel into giving you a weak handle, but it's not like POSIX where the inode gets, you know, it's like copy on write, or however you want to describe it. Like it doesn't kind of, the inode doesn't exist in its current, form, even if you write over it with some other file. Windows has kind of like an exclusive lock deal going on with opening file handles. Madway says, whoever invented multi-stream files on macOS deserves a severe tutting. Oh, like with the resource forks, you mean? Or is it something different from resource forks? I appreciate the intent behind resource forks. It does make, well, certainly makes my job easier, but from a cross-platform compatibility standard, it sucks, and it means that everything is like, you have to like do a bunch of encoding to It's mostly Mac binary now. There was binhex. Mercifully, binhex seems to have kind of died out. But it's still kind of an ordeal to have to deal with those streams kind of differently. But I mean, yeah, it's for like what they set out to do, it's not too bad. And like the API is really nice. So they cared more about they definitely cared about like the developer experience a lot, which is absolutely not something that I can say about the Windows API, which is trash. It's like, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's persisted, it clearly works as an API, it's clearly quite stable against the odds, but it is just unpleasant. It's just really unpleasant to read. Even more unpleasant to write. Okay, that's enough stalling. Okay, so we're going to kick off with a little bit more of Yellow Brick Road. So last time we got a little bit of the way into the game, but then we kind of hit a little bit of a brick wall. And by a little bit of a brick wall, I mean a brick wall that exists for basically every single Director 3 and earlier game, which I'm kind of curious to see if we can fix, because we have like the outline of what we need to do to fix it. We just don't have it in the right spot. Oh, I also managed to get to lip sync working. That turned out to be really easy.
The goals in the scrapyard arena, as ever, at opposite ends. Long way to go to score.
Once again, just another case of like me being tired and cranky and going, oh, this seems too hard, or just moving on to the next thing. But, you know, with like an hour before the stream, I just opened up one of this files like, oh yeah, that's actually really basic. It's just a bunch of entries, which is like a string, a uint16, and a series of numbers. And you just load that into an array, and then you just play it back when it asks for it. Which is honestly quite easy. Worked first try. God.
So many strangers in our land, and the princess disappeared. I must do something.
Must you do something? Sure, that's a good idea. Also, it's not clear, like I think we're on the same side as like the baby man and the hovercraft, but I don't know what relation we have to that person. Okay, let's start. So I'm not really sure what to think about this game. You just kind of, it's clearly based on Oz, except there's now like an evil gnome king that we're trying to fight against. Okay, so check this out.
Hey, be quiet! You woke me up!
Beautiful. So yeah, we've... the lip syncing code seems to be just, you know, it's pretty basic. So, forgot about this guy. Mamo says, reminds me of the dancing baby.
I scared you. I thought you were one of the evil gnomes, man. Who are you? Where are you from?
We're from this flashback. Oh, right, I get it. So we're meant to be Dorothy. I forgot about this cutscene. But yeah, small stone box and silver shoes. Don't know why it didn't occur to me that.
I don't really understand how, but it seems like you've come from another world. You're not one of the evil Gnome King's men after all. Why don't you come with me? I'm going to rescue the lion, who's a prisoner of the gnome.
And there we go. Tin Woodsman has joined you. Okay, let's...
Don't forget this. Don't forget this. Don't forget this. Don't forget this.
Oh, that's right. We've got to pick up the circular saw. Okay, and then we can finally leave.
Oh, I almost forgot. The lion is an old friend, and so we must help him.
What did you forget? You forget about the lion? You forgot he was an old friend? You forgot that's why we should help him?
Oh, I almost forgot. The lion is an old friend, and so we must help him.
Mad Moose says, doesn't she take the silver slippers off the Wicked Witch? I mean, I think in the MGM retelling, it's Ruby slippers, isn't it? But this appears to depart from from that material. I don't know what the original book had.
Here they come! Here they come! Princess Glinda has disappeared, and now the Gnome King's soldiers are going to attack us!
I can't tell if you're excited or scared.
If we follow this road, we'll find the lion.
You can't possibly know that.
You have to help a friend. The lion is my old friend. They've probably chained the lion to a boulder.
Very specific guess.
This yellow brick road leads to the Emerald City. You can't cross the lake yet. We must rescue our friend.
Okay. It's telling me I shouldn't go that way. In fact, I should go towards the lion. Oh, Mamu says, in the book it's silver slippers, and yes, she takes them from the Wicked Witch after the house lands on her. Okay, interesting. I'm guessing that, yeah, they, the film, they were like, yeah, we're trying to get away from monochrome. That's, you know, that's not really going to pop on screen the way you want it to. Okay. Alright, buddy. I don't know, should we just walk past?
It's the lion! Quick! We must free him before the Gnome King's guards come back.
I'm trying to, but he just keeps whining. Oh, that's right. We've got to click the rock.
Who are you? Did Glinda send you?
By the order of King Gnome, you cannot proceed any further.
There is nothing to discuss.
Leave this to me. I can handle this by myself.
No, you can't. You're not very good. Okay, there we go. So we'll just pause it there. So, here's an example of one of the scripts that, I mean, in order to win the fight, you need to use your weapons to basically drive them back. Like basically the circular saw, just slashing them in the face again and again, and then eventually they get driven back and then they leave. Here's an example of like one of the scripts that gets compiled when you try and, I think this is like using the sprayer against the bear, so one of the two enemies, and it has these typos in it. So we've got set the lock H of sprite friend whatever, that's correct, to this value, And there's meant to be a plus here, but there isn't. It just goes from X, value, whatever, whatever. And then... Okay, so normally, you know, if this were... Okay, I'll be generous. Like, later, more strict versions of Director will just error out because there is clearly a syntax error here. In Director 2 and Director 3, the behavior, I believe, is that if it can't pass a line, it'll just, it'll try and pass the entire line, it'll get an error, and then it will just try again, but stopping at the last token that it understood. So it should just pass this segment here and ignore that section down there. We put in a flag into the preprocessor that was meant to track that called KLPP trim garbage. However, I think that we've got it acting in the wrong spot, like, because we added that flag here. So here we go. We've got like the compiler, which gets called like every time you get a big blob of text and you want to compile like an anonymous function, for instance. So we get compile anonymous lingo, and then that passes through the preprocessor flags, which should include LPP trim garbage. And then what's happening here, right, is that the initial way that we tried this out was to deal with the value function, which is basically a single line expression. And with that, you could basically go, oh, there's only going to be one line, therefore just try again, but like, you know, pick up like the last character that you found and send it through the sausage machine again and see if it builds an AST. But this does not work for this script here, because this does not get called for every single line. This gets called for the entire blob from start to finish. So I think what would happen there is that it would, at best, make it up to about here, and then just try and compile this, which is invalid because it's missing the end repeats and all this other stuff. So realistically, we want to do something very similar to this, except inside the parser. And now the parser is written in GNU Bison /flex. And initially I was thinking, like, I mean, surely this is like, we can't be the first person to want to kind of roll back. And the good news is that there are these things called compilers that people use to friggin', you know, basically Bison is meant to be designed for compilers because it's written by compiler nerds, and therefore one of the very common things that you want in a compiler is if you make a screw up and you put a bad character, it knows how to like skip to the next line and keep, you know, rolling on, so they can at least, you know, syntax check everything else that you've got there. So and true enough, like looking up the menu, error recovery. It's not usually acceptable to have a program terminate on a syntax error. Yes, this, for example, a compiler should recover sufficiently to pass the rest of the input file and check it for errors. A calculator should accept another expression. Okay, and then apparently the way that you do this is in the is it the grammar? I think it's the grammar. And now, okay, now I'm getting kind of shanked by my poor choice of windows. Where did this go? Oh, okay. I'll just close that. AST, CodeGen, whatever, we'll just open it up again. Okay, so the grammar is here in gr.y. Oh wait, no, is it the... Yeah, okay. So it's the grammar as opposed to the lexer. I still don't quite know the role of the lexer. but the grammar seems to define how like each statement is put together. So if we kind of scroll down to, and there's kind of, you know, it's all like nested expressions. And like the important one is statement list. That seems to be the one that's kind of meant to unpack to like multiple lines of you know, single line expressions. Manmo says Lexa turns text into tokens. Okay. So yeah. So that would come after the grammar, right? Because like the grammar would then turn it into I don't know. Whatever. It's in the grammar parsing expression. That's like where we want to kind of do stuff. So in Bison. And yeah, Bison basically says you can, so for your grammar entry, which is doing like your statements, you can put in one, you can basically like have another case, which instead of like, if this part of the expression fails, you can put in an error. Okay. Manu says text to Lexa to tokens to parser to AST. Okay. I see. Okay, so I get it. So the Lexa doesn't have to give a toss about whether or not it's valid syntax. It's just trying to match what, you know, trying to figure out like what each token is. Which, yeah. Okay. Whatever. I'm not going to try and think about it too much now because I'll get depressed, but let's just assume that this is right. Like, we're trying to like find the right layer for this. Okay, so error recovery. So according to this, if you just put in an entry which says error in lieu of, I guess, the thing which it is trying to match, then that kind of creates another, well, that creates an error token, and then you can process that. Okay, Mamu says Bison Parser seems to be the correct layer for what you're doing. Thank you. Because like this has traditionally been an area of weakness. Because yeah, this definitely predates me joining the project, and actually yeah, like one of the first things I added to the project was the bytecode interpreter, and by God, the bytecode interpreter is so much easier to deal with than the grammar parser. Okay, so we've got like statement list line. Oh, sorry, we've got, okay, so statement list. Statement list is then full of type non-empty statement list. And that can either be a statement list line item, or it can be, okay, that this seems to be just like handling for like creating the AST. Okay, and a statement list line could either be an or a statement, and then the actual definition for statement is statement inside if. Okay, so this is like an example of something that I'm 99% sure is just a bodge that was added in to deal with the typo problem. Because if a line is evaluated and it doesn't make any goddamn sense, then you should be able to reduce it back to an empty line, which is valid. Mamu says, I gave up on trying to understand the foibles of FlexBice a long time ago and been avoiding them since. Yeah, like, on the one hand, we do actually have the non... what's it called? We have a completely different AST in the engine now, which is taken from project arrays, which doesn't use Flex and Bison, and possibly is better than this. I have, yeah, like I cannot bring myself to get excited enough to swap the two out. That just sounds like creating a bunch of extra work. Bloody Hector says Flex plus Bison, Lex plus YACC is where it's at. Sell me why Lex.YACC is better. Is it just kind of, you know, exchanging one crazy syntax for another with a bunch of like inline C++, which is what this appears to be? Like, is it still just like macros stitching together everything? I imagine that it would be. Because, I mean, isn't kind of like the appeal that you compile down to C or C++. Okay, no, gotta stay focused. Okay, so we're gonna ignore this. We'll worry about that later. So we've got statement inside if. Okay, this appears to be important. So we have like all of these different types of blocks. So we've got like, so it's either going to be a one-liner, it's going to be an if statement, it's going to be an if else, it's going to be a loop, it's going to be a teller, it's going to be a when. A one-liner contains either a proc, an assign, or a define vars. And then in here we have, so like proc unpacks to like all of these things. So I can't help but like wonder, is the go here? So like, if this is to be believed, then like, yeah, I would love like some worked examples for how the error handling case is meant to work. Because like here in error recovery strategies are necessarily guesses. When they guess wrong, one syntax error often leads to another. To prevent outputting error messages, the pass will output no error message for another syntax error that happens shortly after the first. Only after 3 consecutive input tokens have been successfully shifted will error messages resume. Yeah. Bloody Cactus says Bison is GNU's version of AT&T's YACC. It's just a play on names. Flex is just updated. It's updated EX. Yeah, I figured that they were both kind of like, you know, born from the same, you know, ancient Greece level Unix program, but I don't know. I couldn't be sure if the GNU one was the newer one. Oh my god, alright. So I guess my concern here, right, is that we could go to each of these and add in an error command, or like, you know, an error type pass command. Would we go insane? And like okay, that's question 1. Question 2 is then we've got what it kind of glosses over, error recovery strategies. You can make error messages resume immediately by using the macro YY error OK in an action. If you do this in the errors rule action, no error messages will be suppressed. Previous look-ahead token is reanalyzed immediately after the error. If it's unacceptable, then okay. Yeah, suppose on a syntax error, an error handling routine is called that advances the input stream to some point where passing should once again commence. The next symbol returned by the lexical scanner is probably correct. So like what we want to do is we want to rewind the lexical... I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we want to rewind the lexical scanner or if we just want to take what is currently there on the stack and push that and then skip ahead to the next bit that makes sense. It's like... Okay, as Bison reads tokens, it pushes them onto a stack along with their semantic values. The stack is called the parser stack. Pushing a token is called shifting. Hey, Deep Wave Impact, we are looking into like compiler guts at this point. We're trying to fix a terrible compiler problem. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, suppose the okay, so if the parser stack contains this and the next input token is a new line character, the last 3 elements can be reduced to, yeah, okay, fine. So, I mean, okay, that makes sense. So, does not always have an element for each token read. When the last n tokens and groupings shifted match the components of a grammar rule, they can be combined according to that rule. This is called reduction. Okay, so that's what these guys do. So whenever any of these get reduced, they then call this command here to create a new AST node and add them to the stack. Deep Web says, this is not C, this is God's own C++, my friend. You know, the language of Danish kings. But of course, this is in, we're looking at a Bison file at the moment. So it is a Bison file that outputs chunks of C++ covered in macros. It's real nice. Loving this. Definitely not just doing this on stream, because otherwise, I mean, who am I kidding? I've been looking into this for 5 years. This is exactly what the stream is for. It's for peer pressure and I don't know. Peer pressure / I don't know. Crowd support. Bloody Cactus says, I actually hate doing Flex plus Bison. Error control is terrible. Everyone ends up handwriting an RDP. I hated doing BNF, BNF in school with all of the series of L's and brackets and K's and okay. Deep Web Impact says, I'm going to be honest, I've never succeeded in doing anything in C++ my entire life, so it looks good to me. That's the great thing about C++. Like, I want to say, bad C++ looks pretty much the same as good C++, and you only find out when you try and compile it, or worse, when you try and extend it. So, you know, that's great. Okay, so let's see if there's a Stack Overflow for this. Stack Overflow, Bison, error recovery.
You were speaking of Michael Dolan, Lieutenant. It turns out he was one of those Irish terrorists.
Wow. What a weird thing to bring up. Okay, I have found out I can use error in the grammar rule as a mechanism for error recovery. So if there was an error, the parser must discard the current line and resume parsing from the next line. Example from the Bison manual to cheat could achieve something like this. But I cannot use that because I had to make flex ignores new line in my scanner so that an expression is not restricted to be expressed in one line. Okay. Since you eliminated the marker used by the example, okay, you're going to have to pull a stunt to get the equivalent effect. Well, we do have the marker, it's just in so freaking many of these. Eat to new line is a function in the scanner that arranges to discard any saved tokens and read up to the next new line. Okay. You might need to use... Okay, so chances are we're gonna have to do something like this. So what exactly is the... Tell me more about like why clear in. Oh, I don't get that. Okay. Action features. Mad Moose says, Denmark bought you C++, Turbo Pascal, PHP, C#, and TypeScript. Although 3 of those are below one guy. Denmark also put recursion in Algol. You're welcome. Yeah, I mean, you're just lucky that Turbo Pascal turned out to be really good. That made up for a lot. I'm trying to think, were there any Australian programming languages? There's got to be at least one, right? Deep Web says C# is good, allegedly. Yeah, okay. You know what? C# is alright. I think a large part of that is just that kind of, especially when doing like Windows dev, Microsoft really threw their whole ass into like making their APIs wrap around C# reasonably nicely, and then, you know, follow that up with, you know, good autocomplete tooling. But yeah, it's all right. Mamu says, and put the now in Bacchus now format. Where did the Bacchus come from? Who do we have to thank for the Bacchus half of that? Or where do we have to thank for the Bacchus half of that? Okay. Okay, this is the page I already had open. So we got, okay, special features for use and actions. That's the page that I want. It's probably all of the AI scrapers, but the GNU website is kind of sluggish at this point. There's like a 1 in 3 chance of getting the page. Deep Web says, I find C# to be very understandable for OOP languages, although I'm not proficient in it. I do think it's much better than Java, agreed, but it's in a weird middle ground where you don't want to target Android because then you would use Kotlin. Android is, yeah, just a lot of problems with Android. Mamu says, I see the default flexible container in C# was ArrayList and decided I couldn't use a language with such a confusion of ideas. Oh, you'd love C++, my friend. No confusion there. There's a, you know, only one correct way of doing everything. That's the C++ motto. Okay, so clearing is discard the current look-ahead token. This is useful primarily in error rules. Do not invoke YY clear in a deferred semantic action. Okay, so I assume that like when we're recovering from the error, we still have the stacker tokens that were there on the list. So it might even be just as simple as like if LPP trim garbage is there, then we just kind of skip to the end and then clear the current look ahead token. Deep Web Impact asks, what is GNU Bison? I've never heard of it in my life. GNU Bison is a series of ones and zeros. I'm going to look at the man page. A parser generator in the style of Yak. Should be upwardly compatible with input files designed for Yak. Short version is that it spits out C, you know, C like, what do you call it? You give it a grammar, which is kind of this complicated series of rules, and then it spits out a bunch of like macro-driven C, which you can then use to either, like in our case, we use it to build an abstract syntax tree. So we have just generating kind of like, so we take like the code in as like a raw string, and then we output like a bunch of objects that we can then programmatically, like, you know, flicker through, and then there's a secondary process after we get the AST, which then turns that into Lingo bytecode, which is what our execution engine runs on. But like, you don't have to create an AST. You can just, you know, print what's on the screen, or the example that comes up is write a reverse Polish notation calculator or something like that. Like, you can just interpret things as you go. And yeah, the place where where I'm kind of struggling. Okay, I think we should just we've done enough kind of like navel gazing. Let's just try some stuff and see what happens. Actually, first off, I think it would be useful to figure out where the crash happens. So like, here is the battle scene which contains the bad script. And the problem is that, like, in order to win the fight, you need to use the weapons, and as soon as you equip a weapon and then you try and attack someone with it, it notices, holy shit, there is a massive syntax error in the script, and it just gives up. So if we were to look at this syntax error, because yeah, the oh yeah, so this is line 2, sorry. And I guess that the issue is that, sorry, line 19, column 15. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I don't know what this refers to. Like, if I was reading that roughly, it would be that it's whinging about the lock H of sprite whatever, which then, yeah. Oh, Deep Web Impact says, OMG, are those all tabs up the top? Yeah, I didn't clean up my session from last time. A decision that I will regret, so I may as well just start cleaning it up now. Just clear some stuff. Oh, I still have Gidra open. Yeah, okay. We don't need that anymore. I opened this to try and figure out how the lip syncing worked, and it turns out I could just guess that because it was a very, very basic file type. Save. Gidra go away. Okay, that's fewer tabs. Okay. So we have like these set commands. So it's going to be an assignment like this. This, I think, here is going to be the expression which breaks. So we could just try putting in to error. And then in here, we'll just go warning. Cooked. Okay. Now we're going to regenerate the bison lingo go.y. Okay. Warning unset value double dollar sign. Warning unused value 2. I mean, they're just warnings. It's like not the end of the world. Cannot open no such file direct. Oh, okay. I forgot. You got to do it from the root folder for some reason. Bison. Engines, director, lingo, go.y. Okay. And that's now changed the macro spew and a whole bunch of lines. Okay, but more importantly, we've got this new case which contains our error case, and it should jump to warning cooked. Okay, now we gotta... Okay, so get out of here. I'm gonna just... To save having to like wander through the entire start sequence again, I'm just gonna jump straight into the battle movie. Which you can do. This game is mercifully simple. It is not like later games which will freak out if you try and start them just anywhere. Like like most complicated games expect a whole bunch of variables and stuff to be defined, and that means you can't just jump to the right movie. This one, I mean, you can't leave the woodsman's house, like the metal woodsman's house, without taking the weapons, so therefore you always have the weapons. Which saves me a bunch of time. I'm honestly not sure what's going to happen. It's probably going to crash, actually, because we don't handle the token properly. Okay, so we take that. Yep, there we go. So, very interesting. So, we got the syntax error, but then we got the syntax error, then we hit the error case. So I'm guessing that here we have the opportunity of rewinding and sorting ourselves back out. Except, so what is the node? The node... It's a segmentation fault, but... Oh, okay, so... Visit with repeater node... I'm not entirely sure why that would be a segmentation fault, unless it's maybe a use after free. Oh, it could be whatever the hell is in compile list. Like maybe the statements are, like what's a node list? Okay, we've got like seven things in node list. Okay, and then that that probably killed it. But I mean, like, all these seem like real objects. I don't know. Mamu says, I may have missed it at the start. Is the code in text format, or is the game all created by the disassembler? It is in text format in the game. It is in a... It's not even in a script cast member. It is in a text... A plain text cast member, and then is an injected... into the current scope using do. So we can't even use the patcher for this. In fact, like, I reckon that if we sort this out or come up with a solution for this, we could ditch quite a lot of the patches. Because I mean, like, if you look here in lingo patcher.cpp, like, this is all just like yeah, that's just, again, garbage at the end of the script. So this is exactly this problem, because D2 and D3 just let you put whatever the hell you want, and it will just execute right up until the first bad letter. So, or at least, yeah, like, most of these can be, like, get rid of it. But obviously, yeah, we don't really want to have to go through and, like, manually fix every single game like this. That doesn't seem sustainable. Matt Moses says, and the original parser accepts it for some reason, so we're trying to match the error handling of the original parser. Yep, that's basically it. So D3 and D2, they let you get away with a lot. And I think in D4, that's when they started returning more syntax errors instead of just failing open when it couldn't read a line properly. Okay, so where... It's possible to allow only error recovery when the first token on line is unexpected. That's not really what we want. I think we're going to need to put a little... So we put like a little helper function. Because that seems to be useful. Because there is this... Because there's YY error which just gets called every time we hit an error condition. So static void okay, and then we fetch the compiler, which is a global, and we go if compiler okay, so it's like compiler had error. Actually, okay, I'm overthinking this. So go if true. We'll swap that out for like the proper check for the okay, and then yeah, okay, so okay, so $$ acts like a variable that contains a semantic value for the grouping made by the current rule. See actions. Okay. And those are basically just these AST nodes. So in the event of a okay, then we've got like discard the current look ahead token. This is primarily useful in error rules. Resume generating errors immediately for subsequent syntax errors. So I think we want to use YY clear in. How do we get the current token? Acts like a structure variable containing information of the textual location of the grouping made by the current rule. See tracking location. I think are there any other like local variables that we don't? So we have like the end component of the current rule and then the value that's output. So I guess 0, 1, 2, 3 would be the error component. Add a guess. Yeah, and if we look at the Okay, and then we have... Oh, I see. Okay, so the compiler is used to actually track the line and column number, which is great. How... Memo says, does the original pass and execute one line at a time, more or less? I don't... I'm not sure how to... I'm not sure if it does or not. It does seem to kind of, from just empirical testing, like if you put garbage on the end of one line, it will read up until the end of that, to the first thing I can't understand, then it will read the next line. So that, I mean, the line does seem to be kind of the endpoint, similar to how kind of like the semicolon would be the endpoint if it was C or what have you. Okay, so we've got like YY lock and YY val. And then oh, I see. Okay. So check end. Okay, so I should be able to just do star error, and then that would appear as something. Oh, sorry, dollars error. So if I were to do that, it would then probably tell me in the compiler error message what it's expecting. Okay, error of ASIN has no declared type. Okay. But if it has no declared type, what are you... Anyway. Oh wait, okay, is error not... Okay. $3. Yeah, okay, so $3 in error has no declared type. Okay, so it's whinging that about $. Oh, okay, so there's 2, 3, 4. Maybe it's 4. Okay. Okay, do we have to... Yeah, so... Error recovery strategies are necessarily guesses. Okay, what would be really useful to know is, like, it seems from reading this that error is some kind of, like, special case in Bison. I have no idea if it is. It may just be that it's like, oh, just put one here that... Like, it seems like error is a special keyword. Let's look at the index. Okay. Freeing discarded symbols. During error recovery, symbols already pushed on the stack and tokens coming from the rest of the file are discarded until the parser falls on its feet, not fails on its feet. The parser runs out of memory if it returns via one of those macros. All the symbols on the stack must be discarded. god, alright. Okay. Table of symbols. There we go. A token name reserved for error recovery. Okay, great. This token may be used in grammar rules to allow the Bison parser to recognize an error in the grammar without halting the process. In effect, a sentence containing an error may be recognized as valid. On a syntax error, the token error becomes the current look-ahead token. Actions corresponding to error then executed, then the look-ahead token is reset to the token that originally caused the violation. Okay. So we'll go if true, YY, you know what, YY debug. Okay, where was the special features list? Action features. Okay. Oh, YY car, that's it. Variable containing either the look-ahead token or YY EOF when the look-ahead is at the end of the input stream, or empty when no look-ahead has been performed. Do not modify YY car under deferred semantic look-ahead action. See look-ahead tokens. Okay. Does not always reduce immediately as soon as the last 10 tokens from action rule, because such a simple strategy is inadequate to handle most languages. Instead, when reduction is possible, the parser sometimes looks ahead at the next token in order to figure out what to do. When it is read, it is not immediately shifted. First, it becomes the look-ahead token, which is not on the stack. Now the parser can perform one or more reductions of tokens and groupings on the stack, while the look-ahead token remains off to the side. When no more reduction should take place, the look-ahead token is shifted onto the stack. This doesn't mean all possible reductions have been done. Depending on the token kind of look-ahead token, some rules may choose to delay. Okay, great. But it is stored in YY car. Great. Will that build? Actually, I'm gonna... Okay, we'd have to... So let's just get rid of this. Okay, YY car was not declared in the scope. Okay, do you have to use the macro YY car? Okay, YY car is not declared in the scope. Great. If we look at the massive C++, okay, I see. YY car has to be passed through as an argument. I see. Okay, because it's a variable inside the Okay, let's see how this crashes now. Okay. Sawblade and it crashes. Interesting. Okay, so it passes -2. Why would it do that? Sure about that? I just rebuilt Lingo Good.cpp. Okay, Sawblade. Great. Okay, and then here we've got YY car, which was -2. And we have like YY Lex, YY Elvel. That's it. I need to turn on YY debug as well. For some reason I haven't done that. Oh, debug pass. Okay, that's... I had compiler verbosity switched on, but not pass verbosity. Oh, good lord. Okay. I don't know why, but like my... whatever terrible shell I'm using will sometimes just mangle whatever is on the command line. And it'll be fine. There's just like some kind of invisible line break or invisible backspace character or whatever, and that's wrecks the display of it. You know, the kind of thing that you'd expect to be fixed in 2026. Okay. Okay. So we have interesting. Okay, so we tried passing that, it then freaked out because it couldn't understand this var ID, and then it eventually okay, and then it shifted this. The integer value of the look ahead token. Okay. Causes an immediate syntax error. Token name reserved for error recovery. Okay. Right, so I was kind of hoping that we would be able to... I mean, we if we were to get here, then that eventually causes the syntax error thing. But then after we get down to set var to the error, it feels kind of too late, like we've already thrown away the stack. Like, what do we got here? Okay, but there really isn't that much on the stack, it would seem. So there's 2 tokens difference. There's like token 399 and 501, which if we look at the really? Okay. You're not gonna tell me, like... Alright. How are you meant to... Oh, I guess, okay, it'll be whatever the, it'll be this symbol list, I think. So, 300... No, it won't be that symbol list. Oh, God. Alright. How is the stack meant to help you if it is not the name of the symbols? Unless it's like Lex stuff. Nope. There is no mention anywhere of the number 399. Okay. Entering state. Okay, that's actually a big clue. Okay, so YY state. Do appropriate processing given the current state. Read a look ahead token. We don't already have one. Okay. Okay, and then we've got this method which print the state stacker from its bottom up to its top included. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, let's look at this. Error, okay. error popping mterm expression. Next token is token T var ID, which is gets discarded. Because like everything from value onwards. So it's going to be T var ID followed by this, 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 followed by this. Including like a mod instruction. Yeah, okay. So great. Of the text of cast battle D. Cast battle D, close brackets. And yeah, like the drama is that yeah, okay, so there's all this like stack reduction is happening. Okay. We need some more examples. Here we go, Java. That sounds hellish. Okay. And it's like, okay, yeah. Okay, that just prints the error. Doesn't recover from it. Maybe I do need one of those compiler books. Okay, now the error production of a factor will provide the error as a legal look ahead and so an error will immediately shift on the stack and reduce to factor, causing the value 0 to be returned. Now the parser has reached the following point. How did he know by looking at the grammar in order to function recover the specific error he needed to add an error pseudo token? In the simple grammar, you have very few options for error production. All of them allow the parser to continue. It's more commonly useful to put error productions at the top of the derivation tree where they can be used to resynchronize the parse. For example, suppose we modify the grammar to allow for multiple expressions. Interesting. Each on its own line, which require modifying LLX so it doesn't fake it in whatever. If we just want to ignore errors, continue parse, we can add a resynchronizing error production. One good reference is Clinton Jeffrey's 2003 paper generating LR syntax error messages from examples. Okay. Okay. So by default, it prints a syntax error when parsing fails. Okay, so we already have like a YY error command, but we don't want to just have that. We want to Mamu says, to be fair, a lot of Yak parsers have been rewritten over the years solely to improve error handling. You'd hope so, given how kind of prevalent this is. Okay, one way to obtain better handling in parsers is to utilize error recovery productions, adding grammar productions with the symbol error where errors are expected. The following rule encodes a diagnostic using a semantic action in an error production. In this case, if a left curly brace is missing, the error production includes an assignment to a global variable error code, which can be used by YY error to produce an appropriate message. Global variable can be avoided by calling error explicitly. Illustrated by the following rule and differ from the thing. Okay. Okay, so we go like the YY error K macro prevents the usual implicit call to YY error since the explicit call with a better error message is made. Adding an entire grammar message error productions and corresponding error messages has disadvantages. You don't say. Adding 100 or 200 error productions clutters the specification and makes it less maintainable. Yes, this. In the case of GCC's Java grammar, approximately 150 error productions were added to 350 non-error rules. Great. Can we okay, so inserting error messages directly into grammar also ties the error recovery strategy unnecessarily to the error message system. These are all good things to be worried about. If error tokens should be used sparingly, limited to high level units such as statements. Okay, that's okay, and now separating from error recovery. Error recovery is really what I'm interested in. We've heard a lot about error messages, but not recovery. Okay, LR parsing is a finite automation plus a stack. Parsing might become two. In practice, the symbols are not actually placed on the stack. Instead, the stack consists of integer parse states. God, yes. Each of which can be thought as either a set of items denoting possible successful forward passes from a given point. Yeah, okay, fine. Uses the pair of integers to determine there is an error. The same pair of integers constitutes suitable information from which YY error can detect an appropriate error message. Current token is in there. Feature implementation, the correct variable with a name similar to YY state is usually, yeah, okay, great. Creating this map in my hand, great. Each time the grammar change, look at this input token, improve error messages. Virtual machine compiler for this. Great, they had to fork Yak because it wasn't good enough. I'm actually going to save this file because it seems kind of like a useful reference. Okay. Error message specification. Okay, syntactic error recovery mechanisms have been studied extensively. See, for example, Graham et al. 1979. The work present in the paper is not about error recovery per se. No, I want to learn about error recovery. As section 2 points out, it is desirable to separate error message reporting from error recovery in order to allow maximum flexibility. I don't disagree, but I need to know how to recover. Ah, okay. AI techniques. Well, it's from 1986, so yeah, I whatever. Trivial to extend MER to work with other C-based LR parser generators. Replace to MER. Time to implement list, I guess. Oh my god, no. We are not creating a Lisp. I've got to draw the line somewhere, and I draw it at making a Lisp. Similar characters to smaller default. May provide good alternatives for those willing to give up Yak and learn them. Okay, we're not porting to Antler. Decides between a token expected message and a non-terminal can't start like this messages depending on the past state. I mean, that sounds close. Alright, well. Well, interestingly, we learned that we could actually set the error token. We can move the error handling branch above the one that actually matches, which would presumably affect which one gets reduced first. And that might give us something different. Let's try that. Wait. Okay, that broke. Okay, that did not appear to do anything. Right. I mean, like, okay, how to... a more basic question. Like, where's the function that does all the building? Okay, I've got YY pass. Yeah, alright. We just call... We call Lingo compiler pass with a string, and then that calls YY pass. Seriously, where is it? Okay. Oh, it's a okay, it's a fucking Lexa. 152. Okay, so that then calls the Lexa. Which then calls this. Which then calls Bison. Okay, tell me more about YY scan string. Really? Okay. Okay, no, this is all defined by us. Oh no, it's included by freaking the Lexa, I suppose. Okay, I want to create a read eval print loop using flex and bison because I hate myself. Trouble is, the flex generated Alexa wants an input of type file, and I would like it to be of type car. Okay, and then we've got these buffer states that are available for setting up input buffers for setting in-memory strings. Okay. Some scanners, such as which support include files, read from several input streams. As flex scanners do a large amount of buffering, one cannot control whether the next input will be read from simply by running a thing. Yeah, okay. Flex, bison, skip ahead. Skip error correction. This is how to skip the rest of the tokens in the line after an error. After taking an error in a statement, I want to print an error message and move on to the next line, but everything I'm trying doesn't work. Yes, I feel you, my friend. This is this is very relatable. Okay, since your lecture ignores new line, tell me if I'll skip turn so new line cause it to skip the rest of the file. However, you can almost make this work by getting the lecture to recognize new line characters for own during error recovery. Okay, well we don't ignore line breaks. We do, the Lexa does pick up line breaks. So then does that mean if I continue... Okay, then eventually we hit a segfault. You know what? I need it spelled out for me like I'm 5. Just tell me where tell me where the bad memory is. Okay. Oh, where is this macro? So, one of the things in this macro is not working. I have no idea which one. Okay, simple error recovery? I don't think I've seen this. Up until this point, the manual has not addressed the issue of error recovery. Yes, how to recover passing when it detects the attacker. What we've handled is error reporting. Recaller by default, YY pass returns after calling YY error. This means that an erroneous input line caused the calculator program to exit, and now we should have to rectify this. Okay, yep, fine. This edition of the grammar allows for simple error recovery. Great, I want complex error recovery. If an expression that cannot be evaluated is read, this error will be recognized by the third rule for line and passing it. Passing will continue. This execution executes the statement error okay, a macro defined automatic by Python. Its meaning is that error recovery is complete. This form of error recovery deals with syntax errors. There are other kinds of errors, for example, division by 0, which raises an exception signal that is normally fatal. Okay, so maybe what I'm asking for then is the moon on a stick, because it seems like Flex. Well, Flex is giving us a bunch of freaking tokens. All I want is to intercept the case when there's like a token that we don't understand, and and just use everything else that we found. Like, this doesn't seem like it should be hard, but what can you do, really? Alright, well then... Is there something that we do? Oh, we just return null pointer. Okay. I think that would zero out the entire line, though. We'll see. Indexes of functions and macros. Oh, I didn't rebuild it. Well, it didn't crash. I'm guessing that it didn't build properly, but something worked. Oh, okay, hang on. Let's try that again. Okay, so after that, it then kept going. Ran into another syntax error. Okay. Okay, and then this is the output code. So if we were to compare this to the stuff that was going in, assuming I still have that around. Oh, that's right. Repeat got replaced with jumps, which is probably for the best. How about update stage? Okay, so it's from the first update stage. Because yeah, it gets called like a bunch of times, but it's before the first one. So we have set counter equals counter plus 1. We have wait. Okay, we have this stuff which gets dumped into the value command. Get sprite n. This is probably, ironically, a better place of checking this. Okay, this is actually the... Okay, so we'll get rid of this. So it's technically... This is the one that gets... This is what's actually getting sent to do. Search inspected as such. Okay, and yeah, we've got... I guess the preprocessor goes through and turns the continuation character into the same line so that the lexicon can then break on new line, which makes sense. Okay, and then oh my god. Okay. Right, and then, okay, so the first update stage command. Is here. The line before that is going to be incrementing the counter. Set counter equals counter plus 1. Before that, we'll have this wait command. Okay, then we have do item 5 of line whatever. Before that we want the set command, like set variable. Or var push. Oh, sorry, var yeah, okay. Okay, if step not equal to 0, then we have the start of the loop. Then inside here we have okay, but it kind of seems to be skipping straight down to here. Like, yeah, okay. So it just skipped these two lines entirely, which is not a terrible outcome, but it's not the one that we want. So like what kind of... Yeah, okay, and then we've... So there's this destructor function which it must be kind of winding back through to destroy the previous bits of AST. Oh, this seems so close though. Okay. Delayed syntax error detection? I mean, delaying seems like it might be useful. Oh my god, please open one of these pages. Yeah, alright. It's responding to ping, just. Why is it doing this? Okay, just give me the man page from this while ago. Okay, the lexical analyzer function, YYLex, recognizes tokens from the input stream, returns to the parser. Python does not create this function automatically. You must write it so that YYPass can call it. The function is refers to the lexical scanner. In simple programs, YOLX is defined at the end of device and grammar files. YOLX is defined as a separate source file. You need to arrange for the token type macro definitions to be available there. Okay. Just give me all of these. The value that YOLX returns must be the positive numeric code for the type of token it is found. When a token is referred in the grammar rules by name, does that? A token referred to grammar rules by character literal. The grammar uses literal string tokens. In an ordinary non-reentrant parser, the semantic value of the token must be stored in that. When using just one type data type for semantics, well, val has the type. When you're using multiple data types, it's a union from that. Great. Yeah. The textual location does kind of seem important. It does seem like the kind of thing that we need to keep track of. Or at the very least, the grammar rules and semantic actions are enough to write a fully functional parser. It can be useful to process some additional information, especially symbol locations. The way locations are handled is defined by providing a data type and actions to take when rules are matched. I just had a stupid idea. Very stupid idea, but maybe it'll work. Because if this is valid, and there's just some garbage after it that I can't understand, isn't that what we want? Isn't that legit? Am I taking crazy pills? I guess we'll find out. Okay, well, we hit our error case. Doesn't quite know where the error is, but that's fine. It's going to run into a couple of those. Then we get out of the buffer. Then we get to the code generator, and we generate some code. And then if you look at the code, how does it match up to our source code? Okay, so we've got this non-equal check for step. Then we do a count. Okay, then we got like from X. Oh wait, like where's from X? Oh no, that's all just crap to do with distance. No, it assigns lock H. It assigns lock H, which was something that wasn't happening last time. And there should be a similar one down here for lock V. Okay. Oh wait, no, I've gone too far. Hang on. Go back to update stage. Update stage is like the cutoff point. So 250, line 2, oh sorry. Instruction 253 is here. Okay, so we've got this called a value. We have, there should be, the entity assign sprite lock V. Okay, let's fucking go. I think that might actually be good. These guys move really quickly though. That doesn't seem part of what's meant to happen. Okay, well, honestly, I'm kind of happy with how that turned out. We're gonna have to think of like what to do here. Because like we could, because like really what we should be doing is, oh, and it would mean a lot of duplication. It would mean having to go through like, if we're being comprehensive, we would have to go through pretty much every expression that ends with a new line and put in a yeah, some kind of, or just sorry, every kind of statement level thing and put in an error guard for it. And then like the other thing is that if we're doing this properly, we would probably need to put in a, you know what, we could make a macro. We could make a macro which is essentially check to see if trim garbage is switched on, in which case allow it, else throw an error. I'm curious though, if I turn off the parser spew, do we still get our syntax error message, which had the correct everything? Okay, so that's the compiled code. Yeah, okay, so we have the legit syntax error when it tries to pass type 1, and then we have this manual call to the error of code, which we don't really need. Okay. So back to our terrible macro. Okay. Okay, and then we need the opposite of YY error, okay. I guess if we just don't pass YY error okay, then it'll just die. Okay. Hey Summer, how's it going? We've just we've navigated through a bunch of very old documentation to try and figure out how this script compiler works, and we basically got it working. Because like to recap, the problem that we have is that this game is full of typos, and what's meant to happen when it hits a typo is it's meant to just read up until the typo and then just give up and just ignore this bit, but continue executing. And we've got that, but I'm now trying to find a way of adding a just adding a macro to do that, so I don't have to worry about it. Too hot over here? Oh man, I am envious. Currently it is, oh, I don't know what temperature is it outside. It's gonna be like, I swear it feels like 10. Hang on. What is the weather outside? Yep, smack on the money. It is 10 degrees outside, and I've got the heater running. It's not really doing much. Actually, hang on. I'll push the power button on the heater. Maybe that'll help. Yeah, no change. Yeah. I miss the heat. 32 degrees here today, 34 tomorrow. Yeah. I don't know, I've radically adjusted my expectations. As long as it's not 40, I'm happy, just because, yeah, when it drops below 10, that's kind of the temperature, or, you know, when it drops below 20, that's kind of the temperature at which I get I get chilblains, and that sucks. Like, I'm wearing like thick socks right now, and it is sort of helping, but it is also, you know, there are limitations. Someone says, agreed that is nowhere near as bad as 40. Thankfully, that's extremely rare for here. For now. Well, I hope that it remains that way. I know 40-degree weather and above is extremely crap. Okay, let's try that. I think that if I just don't call YY error, then it should fail. Okay, now the next piece of information I need is information about macros. Namely, how do you just put random, like, entire lines into a macro? Okay, replacing text macros. C embed line into macro. I want to create a C macro that creates a function. Okay, that's not quite what I wanted. Okay. So this object-like macro is a simple identifier which replaced by code fragment. Function-like macros. Oh, okay. I'm overthinking this again. So if I were to try, I'll just comment this out because it's good to have something that's working. But if we go trim garbage, okay, let's see if that builds. Unset value $$ sign. Oh. Oh, because it didn't expand the macro. God. Well. Yeah, okay, because fucking flex needs to expand the macro. That's annoying. That's really annoying. Okay. So we've got two macro buses. We've got the one in C++ and we've got the one in Bison. Alright, Bison macro. No, not okay. Yak macro. No, it's some other horrible thing. Passing only macro calls using this. No, this is a parse of the macros. No, this isn't what I want. This isn't what I want. Okay. Calm Blue Ocean. Yeah, okay, so that just... that does a switcheroo. Which is fine, except... we can try this. It's probably not going to be very good, but we can try it. Okay. No immediate whinging. That's good. Oh, Summer says, we had a few short spells of 40 to 42 degrees in the last 5 years, typically around the end of June, start July. But so far, doesn't look like it'll get that bad. But who knows? I wish you the best of luck with that. Okay. So, to check... Yep, okay, so we have our, we got the syntax error and the location which we expected to happen. Does that mean that LockX... Yep, and assigns sprite LockX and LockV. Okay. I can't believe it. We did it! We solved this problem that had been plaguing us for 5 years. Okay, well, it's not entirely solved. We're gonna have to go through, like, the... Yeah, we're gonna have to go through here and add in, trim garbage overrides for all of these, but oh my god, that's so good. Okay. Oh my god. That is... okay. I am so happy. You have no idea. Like, it's just... I was not expecting it to be this simple, and apparently it is. Okay, well, we've got a few remaining questions though, namely, there is a big difference between what we're seeing here and in the real game, which is that, like, when you pick up a weapon, it seems to be calling the, like this command here, oh sorry, there is some code which seems to be kind of like nudging these guys forward, which gets called at like a very heightened rate compared to down here. So I'm curious to know why that is. So if we were to quit out, just build that again. Also, like, why is the death movie not lingo exec? The movie that plays when you die is also incredibly slow, and I'm curious as to why that is. Okay. Yeah. So we have like this idle function. Actions. clicked. Set weight, attack enemy, level, Tin Man, new data. Where's idle? Yeah, okay. So we have this method, which I think this is, maybe this is a success condition. It also seems to be using the timeout a lot. Like, set the timeout length to 40, which is in Macintosh ticks, so 40 over 60 is point. So every 0.6 seconds, that seems to be, yeah, and then when timeout, then all push. I'm guessing all push is the function which moves everything forward. All push. Yeah, okay. So why is all push getting called like a shitload more when I have the mouse button held down? Does it happen like... Okay, and not just when I have the mouse button held down, but like when I pick one of the weapons up, then it gets called like many times. Yeah, so we have like Scum event script 14. An event, okay. And event script, I think event script maps to like an event in the engine. So... Yeah, okay, so we have event handler types. Where is event defined? Here we go. Okay, so this is... Crap. Where was it? Okay. ScummVM event script underscore 14. I'm tempted to change like this 14 on the end of the ScummVM event script to be the type, which in this case is going to be event timeout. So event time, yeah, okay, that makes sense, because event timeout is the one that's like forcing them to move forward. But why is event timeout being called like every freaking time, like all the while the mouse button is being held down? Is it because the timeout is being activated earlier, or is it because, I mean, like, as soon as I let go of the mouse, everything goes back to normal? And I'm pretty sure there's not code in there which is, I mean, I say pretty sure. It doesn't make sense that there'd be code that we're constantly setting the timeout to something else, or changing the timeout when... Yeah... Oh, okay. Like the assembly context get name. I see what this is. Okay, fine. Okay, so we've got... So we have... Oh, interesting. So items clicked, there's like a time check. And then that sets timeout lapsed. Maybe that's maybe that's causing the timeout to fire. Maybe what's meant to be happening, right, is that when you're what makes more sense in my mind, see, when you're dragging the item, when you're clicking the saw blade and you're dragging it to the Tin Man, that should pause everything. And maybe this game is forcing that happening by like setting the value of timeout lapsed. Yeah, okay, so like we look up like the timeout lapsed property. This property indicates the number of ticks to lapse since the last timeout. A timeout event occurs when the timeout lapse property reaches the time specified by the timeout length property. The timeout lapse property can be tested and set. Okay, so... Maybe what we're doing is we're doing like a... I don't know. How are we checking the timeout event? Like setting these handlers, I understand. Ah, it's here, okay. 631. Okay. If get mac ticks and movie last timeout is greater than or equal to movie timeout length. Possibly what's happened is that timeout length is set to 0. And that's a problem. Yeah, the timeout length... A timeout occurs when the timeout lapse property reaches the time specified by the timeout length property. Can be tested and set. Like maybe that's what's happening here. So like scored at CPP 631. Wait, that's just happening all the time. How? That doesn't make any sense. So, the implication there is that, like, that was... So, all while I had the mouse held down... We didn't get a single timeout event. Okay, so I must be... So I guess time check is calling it, as opposed to the timeout event. Okay. So what the fudge is time check meant to be doing? Okay, on time check. If the timeout elapse is greater than the timeout length, then all push. Set the timeout lapse to 0. Okay. So there is like a manual a manual check. However, maybe the rub there is that if timeout length is 0, maybe timeout lapsed is just never set to anything. Because yeah, indicates the number of ticks elapsed since the last timeout. The timeout event occurs when the timeout lapse property reaches the time specified the timeout length property. Okay, I want eyes on what this is meant to be. So I guess we can put in breakpoints at the spots where it sets those values, which would be in lingo.the.cpp. Timeout length. So we want places where the timeout length is set and timeout lapsed is set. So 1481 and 1489. Okay, and we died. Let's try again, shall we? Okay, so we got... So starting off, we have setting it to 0. Okay, and then I start moving the circular saw around. And it's set to 0 again. But it's setting timeout lapse to 0. Okay, the timeout length is currently 40. Timeout lapsed. Wait, hang on. Timeout lapse can be set in D4 but can't in D3. See D3.1 interactivity manual. 0.312. An interesting assertion, but we have code which tries to set it and kind of expects it to be set, which is like a very odd. Here we go. The timeout lapse property can be tested and set. Sets the field of countdown to the value of timeout lapse property. Dividing the timeout lapse by 60 converts it to seconds. Okay. That's in D4. How about in D3? Presumably the manual says that it can't be set, but the manual's been wrong before. Here we go. This property indicates the number of ticks elapsed since the last timeout. A timeout event occurs when the timeout lapse property reaches the time specified by the timeout length property. The timeout lapse property can be tested, but it cannot be set. Timeout length. Okay, the timeout length property can be tested and set. Well, we have a bunch of code which expects the timeout I reckon we might have to test this in Real Director. Hang on. Okay, we need Basilisk. Let's get Basilisk in here. Okay, let's get crappy old director. Let's see if we can just test this very quickly. Okay, put the timeout lapsed. Put the timeout lapsed. Set the timeout lapsed 0. Oh, sorry, equals 0. God damn it. That's right, you can't. Okay, put the timeout lapsed. Yep, the manual is lying. You can absolutely set this in Director 3. This is why you can't trust the manual. Okay, you know what, we could go back for like one further. Actually, oh wait, no, I can't open D2 in Basilisk, can I? I mean, I can try. Usually gets a bit salty if I try it. Yeah, okay. No, I need Ancient Mac to do that. Shut down. I think I've got Director version 2 on here that we can test. I don't know if it's got the messages window, but I guess we can check. Okay, Director 2. Messages, great. Okay. Put the crap, what was it again? Timeout length. Oh, sorry, time lapsed. Set the timeout lapse equals 0. Oh my god, put the timeout lapse. Yeah, okay. It does let you reset it. Can I even open D1? Quit. Ooh, interesting. Okay, but that doesn't have a messages window, so that kind of makes it difficult to test. So let's see if that changes anything. Can we, at the very least, I mean, so if this works the way that I expect it to work, selecting the circular saw should mean that the characters don't move. So they're moving a little bit. If I pick up the circular saw, they freeze! And if I give it to this guy, that happens. I don't know why the portrait disappears. Okay, and then he does like a little bit of a kneel. But then then it appears to be kind of just stuck kneeling, which is not exactly what we want. Yeah, it is basically that, Summer. Like, we're trying to free our friend, the pilloried lion over there, except we can't because there's too many script errors. Anyway, okay. Actually, it's the 3-hour mark. I am gonna take a quick break because I think I've earned it. Yeah. When we get back, I think we're close to cracking this, and I really do want to see more of this game. So we might press on and see. Like, assuming that we can like get through one fight here, I think that we've got all we need to continue on with this game. So. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. See you in a bit. We're back. That's better. God, it's so cold downstairs. I am in the yeah. I'm in the top part of my house where all the hot air is, but downstairs where my kitchen is, it's 10 degrees. It's not great. But that's okay. I'm just huddling here around my my fuck algorithms mug from my local community radio station. What are we doing? We are okay. So back to Yellow Brick Road. Now why? Okay. We solved one issue, which is that the fight is unwinnable because these two cheat. Now we've got to figure out why are we kind of squatting? Actually, no, two things. Firstly, why did the Rat King or whoever disappear when we threw a circular saw at him? And then yeah, why are we just kind of constantly stuck in the kneeling position? That seems like a condition which should be kind of fixing itself. Okay, so fresh execution context. Okay, and if I pick up a circular saw. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so the sprite straight up disappeared. Okay. So we have all sorts happening in here. Yeah, so tell me more about this M attack script, which I assume is here. God, it just goes on and on. Oh wait, this would be like the wait while I was picking an item, huh? Okay. Okay. I stood up that time. That's odd. Last time I didn't stand up. Oh, and the sprite disappeared that time. Ah, but this time I kind of got stuck forever. Why is that? Yeah, So we got attack enemy. We also got end method. So like another example of garbage being allowed. Set the battle thing. Okay, well, what if so it's cast num of channel 12. Okay, and we've got like number of casts sleeping and number of casts waiting. This seems interesting. So does 12 count as either sleeping, oh, sorry, 16, does that count as sleeping or waking? Cast. Okay, 16 is called nothing. Okay, let's try again. Let's start from the beginning. So that time it froze after the second circular saw. Did it? Was it the second? Was it the second hit the previous time, or was it just the first hit? Okay, draw all. Okay, so we're on frame 2. I pick up the circular saw. I give it to our guy. Okay, we're just always on frame 2. So it's gotta be... Here we go. Okay, here's the code which sets us kneeling. It is a factory script. And add attack weight. Okay, which then... Okay, well that seems fairly easy. Like, my reading of this is that you gotta wait 4 rounds, which would be 4 times 0.6, which would be 3 seconds. You gotta wait 3 seconds, and that about lines up with my expectation from the real game. Okay, so I assume... Let's just make a note of that. Yeah, here we go. We've got like this call here to friend M attack add attack wait for. But then what is checking attack weight? It's got to be one of these other scripts. Actions. Okay, yeah. We've got M deck attack weight. Which seems... Yeah, alright. And then... Okay, so use inheritance. That makes sense. So yeah, all push is meant to be calling M deck attack weight. And like the last time M deck attack weight was called. Oh, okay. Interesting. So I think possibly what's happening is that the idle handler is not executing properly. I mean, okay, it is. It sort of is. But there is a method all push, which is meant to be the method which gets called by the timeout handler. That's right. The timeout handler is meant to call all push, and that's not happening. So, what gives? So if I were to go B all push. Yeah, just nothing. Okay, so if all push is not being called, then I guess that then we come back to like the question of, did the timeout handler get cleared? Yep, timeout length is still 40. What was the other component of that? Tick baseline. Really not going to show me? Okay. Yeah. Both of those are in play. So then I suppose the question is... Oh, we're right in the space where we need to be, I think. Yep. Okay. Okay, I found the timeout event handler. Okay, and then finally it got there. That's really odd. Because it only got there with me cajoling. Okay, and then after that's happened, it will go ahead and should eventually call friend deck attack weight. Okay. Okay, maybe there's... What's going on? Alright, so circular saw. Ooh. Yeah, and then like here we are, just kind of never quite getting there. Like, what is up with that? Okay, and then we have last time out. Movie timeout length. Oh. Oh. I see. So this okay, this does not take into account tick baseline. I feel that we probably should take into account tick baseline. Unless, of course, get Mac ticks is where tick baseline comes in which case, I'm sorry. Okay, director. Mac ticks. Okay, so get Mac ticks offsets by the tick baseline. I understand that. Except that's not entirely what we want then, is it? I think, because tick baseline is quite... Oh, okay, no, so tick baseline already does a difference. So we get whatever the current time is, then we subtract that much. get the feeling that resetting the elapsed, we should probably get rid of movie last timeout as well. Because that's no longer going to be... Yeah, that's probably part of it. I need to close some of these tabs. Because if we ignore movie last timeout, and then we have like get Mac ticks. Yeah, okay. Last timeout's got to be set to 0 as well. Okay. Or does it? I think we should go to set it to the tick baseline. G director. Tick baseline. Okay, how does that work though? So if we set the tick, so we're setting the timeout lapsed, and if we, the number of ticks elapsed since the last timeout. So by definition, the last timeout is just going to equal d equals as int. Oh wait, no, but last timeout is different though. It's like last timeout is at what point in history? Yeah, so it's going to be okay, it's all relative, isn't it? Because yeah, the last... Okay, no, last time out I think is going to be ticks baseline as well. And if we do that, then here... Oh, except, okay, no, this is in like real units. Okay, at that point, no. At this point, movie last time it's going to be equal 0. Because tick baseline, all the big... This is in absolute units. So... if the current value of the ticks is greater than or equal to the timeout length... Yeah, that makes sense. I think setting it to 0 will fix it. Okay. So I picked the circular saw. Oh, they're moving again. That wasn't meant to happen. Okay. Yeah, and I'm dead. Okay, so this... Okay, I think we need a little bit more information here. Okay, so let's do that. Interesting. Ticks 1293, last time at 0, time at length 40. Okay, then we're back to like this other situation where they're now scurrying along really quickly when that happens. Like, I'm surprised by that because we are not hitting the timeout method like that often. We're not hitting the timeout method, but we are hitting that code which then fetches the value of the timeout and does a manual check. So possibly that's being screwed up. Let me go that. Yeah, okay. That's not correct, is it? I mean, technically that's what we're checking here. But I mean, okay. Like, if that's the case, why do we need to adjust the baseline at all? Why can we not just change last time out? That seems like a better option than changing the tick baseline. Does anything actually rely on the tick baseline? I mean, okay, it uses that. I mean, I'm tempted to just go movie last time out equals... Oh, but that's not true though, is it? No, because it... Yeah... Oh wait, is it? The number of ticks elapsed since the last time. Yeah, okay. No, that's right. So that should do it. Yeah, and then if you replay that, then it should be the delta plus this value is greater than or equal to timeout length. Okay. Okay. Well, they're not move. Yep, they're not moving any quicker, which is good. Yep, he stands back up. Oh, is the fight fixed? Oh, the sprite is there, it's just very squished, I think. Oh, thank you very much, Rob Loach. Good to... We aim to please. Great. I'm trying, buddy.
I found the crown. Let's bring it with us.
Oh. What's going on here? That doesn't look good. Well, I guess it's ours now. There you go.
What? The Scarecrow is headed for the Emerald City alone? He went to ask Glinda to save us from the evil Gnome King and his thugs? All right then, let's go to the Emerald City.
Oh, Lion has joined.
Good. The lion has joined us.
Great. I mean, yeah. So far he's been trapped. I guess we'll see if he turns out to be like a massive coward before long. But actually, just give me a sec. I better commit what I have. Oh, I'm not gonna get rid of it. Check out. Where was the other one? It was in here. Okay. There we go. Well, actually, yeah. Change to this. Okay.
The Scarecrow is the lion's old friend. Friends must help friends.
Yeah, I'd love to, but how do we get past the big rock?
The Scarecrow is the lion's old friend. Friends must help friends.
Robload says, I like to think Tin Man is just making up all that dialogue and understanding what he's saying. Just a series of pleasant sounding sounds. Okay, we can't go any further in that direction. Maybe we gotta go back this way?
The Scarecrow is the lion's old
Sometimes
friends must help friends.
Tin Man has got like different things to say based on like where you are on the map.
There's nothing left in the house. Let's go to the lake.
There you go. Thanks for the hint.
You wait here. We'll get the gondola.
Oh, look at that. This is Tug in the gondola. Where'd that come from?
We're off to look for the Scarecrow.
Ooh. Beautiful. What a game. Aren't we glad we like pushed through all of those bison problems now? So we could see this. Just look at this lake. Whoa. Where are we now?
We're off to look for the scarecrow.
Yeah, but where are we?
More gnome guards. Maybe we can get some information out of them.
Scarecrow? I never heard of any scarecrow.
Who are you? Are you from the Gnome Land? We cannot allow you to go any further.
It's no use. We're going to have to fight.
Wow, alright. Okay. Oh, but we get the lion now. Sharp teeth and claws. Also uses the circular saw. Wow, alright. Okay, let's do this then. What if I give... Oh, crap. Okay, well, that caused another crash.
Keep an eye out for the house robots escaping from behind the laser barriers. They don't like intruders!
So that would appear to be a different type of crashing script. So we have repeat while the mouse down and deads -1, then... Like, what the hell is this? What? What? Okay, and then... This is battle number 2. Hopefully, same deal. There's no actual state being stored, and we can just keep testing it. Alright. Okay. So doing nothing seems to be fine, and then if I pick the circular saw and I try and drag it, it has a little... It has a freak out. Call to undefined handler Girotin. Would that be because... Alright, we had... Add code for type score script with... Right. This is apparently the thing which made it freak out a bit. Repeat while the mouse down equals false or target equals 0 and deads equals 1. Like, that seems fine. That seems like a fine expression. Why would it freak out at that? Okay. Okay. Unexpected then at line 4191, column 49 in movie script ID 0. So... Repeat while blank then. And for some reason... The then is throwing it. Interesting. Okay, so actually maybe it's... Yeah, okay, I think the then is meant to be... is a screw up. Yeah, it's just meant to be repeat while the timer is less than or equal to 60, but because there's a then there, that's causing it to cock up. But that's alright. We've got our new scrubber function that we can add. I think. Like that. Oh, that's right. Bison, engines, director, lingo, Gura.y. Okay, let's see if that gets us anywhere. Yep. Fixed. Uh-oh. He didn't like that. Here. Wow. That's pretty good. Okay, you gonna wake up? Really? What was that sound? Oh. That didn't work. Oh, maybe you just gotta, like, poleaxe. Okay, that's what you meant to do. We'll just do that. Okay, well this is grueling, but I think we're making some headway. I think Tin Man is definitely more effective than the lion. So... Okay, we're almost back to where we started. Rob Loach says this is what Final Fantasy VII should have been. I'm sure people would have some very strong opinions about that. Oh, isn't this fun? Okay, well... I do kind of want to find out what's going on with the weird sprite dimension thing, because like, for the first frame of the, of the guy getting hurt, the sprite dimensions are all kind of messed up. I'm guessing that's some issue to... Oh god, I was not paying attention. Guessing it's something to do with, where... Okay. Come on, run away! Run away for crying out loud. Just give up. You can leave. You're on the edge of the screen, my guy. There you go. Okay. Now I just gotta double team you. We did it.
This door leads to a courtyard. So this is the Emerald Palace? I've never been in here before. We have to find the Scarecrow. It's a big place. He could be anywhere. You say that he's nearby? How do you know? You can sense it? Alright, we'll look.
Okay, buddy. Guess the line's got ESP.
You think we should look on the second floor? It's no use. We'll never get past the water blocking the stairway. I'll rest before I reach the stairs.
Wow. Not with that attitude. I'm just glad that we've got some good old falutin normal puzzle solving as opposed to just the torturous fight sequences. Okay, it looks like there was like a little landing that you could get into the water, but apparently not. Oh, we can go in here though. Look at this.
Look! Palace guards! They must know where the Scarecrow is.
Yeah, I feel a bit... Oh.
How did you get in here? You must be gnome spies.
More strange beings. You're gnome spies, aren't you?
How did you get in here? The Gnome King must have sent you.
It's no use. We're going to have to fight.
Don't have to fight. He's as strong as Gurad C. Oh god, alright. Stun. Okay, stun attack didn't work.
Oh.
More. Okay. Does this do anything? Yes. Okay. Does this do anything? Okay, that was super effective.
Oh.
Okay, does the circular saw do anything? No. Circular saw, freaking useless. Okay, let's just focus all of our energy on this bastard. Okay. Good strat. Okay. Do that. Okay, that didn't work. Thankfully this guy on the right doesn't seem to be doing very much. Okay, good stuff. Did they leave anything? Okay, it's just a monster closet, this room. No pick-upables. No bon mot from our two friends.
We have to hurry. The scarecrow may be
Bon
in
mot.
danger. Arr!
Yeah, okay, buddy. What do you think we're trying to do? Okay, no.
Scarecrow? Never heard of him.
Oh, you're a great help. Oh, you have to click on every drawer?
Talking to the guards is useless. They won't help you.
Oh, what's with you guys? I was finally catching some Z's.
You can find Oz on the second floor.
Yeah, well, how do we get there?
This? It's the key to the storage room.
I'll be taking that. You now have the key to the storage closet. Try it. Unlocked doors.
We don't care about Glinda or the gnomes. Just leave us alone.
Alright. Whatever you say, buddy. Okay. That's every... Okay, did... Okay, I think we're back. Sorry, my computer is almost out of memory. So give me a moment. Give me a moment to tell Firefox to get bent. We should hopefully free up most of the memory. There we go. It freed up 40 gigabytes of memory. I might as well shut down MAME. Okay, that's good. That should sort it out. Oh crap, but then I stopped the game. I stopped the game, didn't I? That wasn't very smart. But I think if we just re-enter in battle number 3, then we should be okay. I mean, okay, so like, looking at what we had to change here, it feels kind of like all these places which have expressions, or like, have like an inline expression, is a good candidate for trimming the garbage. We could just preemptively add that in and see what happens. So yeah, now each of the branches has a, or each of the expressions has a trim garbage equivalent. Oh, bollocks. Okay. Have the crown. The looping sound is an interesting one. Okay. So the lion seems to work much better than the captain. Oh, please, come on. Okay.
We have to hurry. The scarecrow may be in danger. Arr!
Arr. Okay. At least we know which nook and cranny to look into this time. Oh, please turn around. I don't know why it's being so weird. Okay.
We don't care about Glinda or the gnomes. Just leave us alone.
Alright. Test this guy.
This? It's the key to the storage room.
Okay, we've got the key to the storage closet. Try it on locked doors. Maybe I will. And before I was trying to click on...
Maybe there's something in here that'll help. Let's open it up.
Yeah, I did that already though. Okay. I get the... like... It says use it on locked doors, but... How are you meant to open the inventory? Ooh, okay. Ah, it's context sensitive.
It's open. Let's go inside.
Kinnikos, this is Yellow Brick Road. It is a game by Synergy, which is, or rather, published by Synergy / Toshiba EMI, which is the same company that did like Gadget, Invention, Travel and Adventure, and Alice, and a bunch of other. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Oh, it's a scarecrow.
Help! Get me out of here! The guards wouldn't listen! I told them 100 times I'm not one of the gnomes, man! I need to see Princess Glinda! It's urgent, but they just wouldn't listen! Arr! Lion, what are you doing here? These two rescued you! Why am I the only one still tied up then? That's right! We have to tell Glinda about the gnomes' plans!
I am so happy they made an English translation of this. Oh.
That's much better! Let's go see Glinda! What? You're worried about the water in the courtyard? Don't worry! You see that valve right there? Just turn the handle to drain the water!
That'll help.
By the way, I dropped my flute by the staircase. Could you help me look for it? Come on, hurry! Let's go to the second floor!
Okay. Scarecrow's joined. Everyone's just giving him the side eye.
Can you slow down a little?
You see the handle? All you have to do is turn it. Okay, this should do it. It's okay. Let's go to the second floor.
I mean... Oh, there we go. Hey, Danny. Danny says...
Now we can go upstairs.
What could this be? Danny says, Scarecrow sounds like someone put Mickey Mouse and Goofy in a blender. Yeah, I'm thinking of like Marshy, the marshmallow mascot from Homestar Runner. Just a little deranged. It's quite the performance. Here is the magic flute. It can be used during battles. Great. Just what we need.
Years old. My name's Nibbles for new Fluffy Puff Marshmallows Bite Size.
All new Fluffy Puff bite-sized nibblers are perfect for newborn-type babies and scalding hot chocolate. No.
Okay, there wasn't a Marshy quote, but that's okay.
No good. It won't open.
It's locked.
Which way should we go? The princess must be in one of these rooms.
Let's try that door in the back. I think Glinda's in there.
Oh, Kinikos, that's right. You missed the first bit of the stream. Oh, this game has a battle system. It's, not great. Notably, there are a lot of typos in the script, which then mean... So, we've basically... It kind of forced our hand. We finally overhauled, this block of code here, the frigging bison parser that we use for reading in lingo. So now there is this fantastic new trim garbage feature that we added, which replicates what the original does, which is essentially it'll, for every line of code, it'll just keep reading up until the first bit that doesn't make sense, and then it'll just ignore the rest. Which I thought was going to be a massive pain in the ass. And I mean, finding out about it wasn't fun, but it turns out to be quite straightforward when you know what to do. Robloach says it's better than Final Fantasy's battle system. I guess I definitely agree in the sense that there are fewer battles than Final Fantasy. And no random encounters. It's very, very linear, this game. Okay.
This is strange. There's nobody here. Maybe everyone ran away from the gnome's men. This is really weird.
There are 4 more rooms on the second floor. We'll just have to keep looking.
Panda3000 says, does this remind anyone else of Alyssa? Could you enlighten us? What do you mean by Alyssa? Wait, do I want to quit? No. Oh no. Okay. Oh, I may have cooked it. Sorry. There is a weird bug that sometimes happens where if I double click, it'll just immediately jump to the quit screen. I don't know what I don't know why that is. It is frustrating because when that happens, we kind of lose our progress. Like, so what exactly is going on here? Okay, so there's like so we're setting here a script which then is like the default thing that runs when you click the mouse button. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, and this is in fun2f.mmm. Citation needed. Okay, pains me to say we may have to do the battle again. Because one annoying thing about this game is I haven't figured out how to save yet. there is definitely a save system. I just don't know how to trigger it. In fact, maybe now's the time to like... Previously we didn't get far enough for it to matter. Now it kind of does. So, cast... Anything about file IO? Question mark. Okay, interesting. So there's... Oh, okay. So this appears to be more stuff related to... There is... I don't know why you would need a custom... Sorry, let me go back a little bit. One of the things you can have in a Macromedia Director game is a custom library written in C, and this game has one. It uses it mostly for like doing the little character portraits, like there's lip sync data that matches up with the audio that's being played back. But there also appears to be methods to, I guess, intercept, not even to intercept, to just kind of, like we've got like this ask quit method here. And I also notice that we have load data and save data place, which seems suspicious. Okay, Peter 3000 says retro Resident Evil with mechanical dolls, similar music and look. Neat. Okay, so if ask quit, then quit. And I'm guessing the original was meant to be like call save data. Except I don't see anywhere that save data gets called. Or load data for that matter. But okay, but it must be there, so... So what have we got? We've got a few hits for save data. Okay, well we have widget.dll, which actually does the save. We have various rooms which have that encoded in. Okay, maybe it's automatic. Maybe when you get to a certain spot, that's triggered by the game automatically. In which case, I haven't implemented it. Okay. Mr. W says the original gadget had a menu bar at the top. This game does not have a menu bar at the top. Yeah, it seems like there are kind of specific parts, like what's it called? Like save points, like fixed save points, which call the save data command in them. Which would be great, except I haven't implemented that. And really I'd kind of want it to be consistent from like whatever that we save in here should kind of match what the original does. So I might actually open up IDA because it's a 16-bit DLL. The Mac version has like something else entirely. Like, they completely redid it for the Mac. Well, sorry, the Mac version was using XFCMs, which I think is like the compatibility layer that was left over from HyperCard, and then they couldn't use that for the Windows port, so they made a DLL for Windows. So, which, yeah, I didn't have very much luck reverse engineering the XFCN when I tried it. So maybe it'll be easier if we just like it's going to be as dumb as rocks. Like how difficult could it be? We just tools IDA 7.3. Let's open it up with IDA. Disassemble new file. Directus 3. Yellow Brick Road. Data. Oh no, it's in YBR. Widget of DLL. Okay. Kineko says Ida Lovelace. Yeah, I think that's kind of what the logo is about. Okay, so if we want to look at like load data and save data. So load data seems to load from a file called ybr.ini. And then I guess uses, yeah, okay, it uses like the Windows API, I think, to read it maybe. What? Okay, so there's YBR dat. Okay, there's like a very easy way of confirming what exactly is meant to go on, which is like save data receives a number. So I think it must be bat issue equals the number, and then K key. Oh wait, yeah, okay. This is like, okay, the like the battle information. How many arguments does this thing expect to have? Anyway, we know what the file's called. Let's just try opening the original. Okay, we want yellow brick road hybrid dot ISO. Yeah, this is, I mean, this is the English version. It should run fine in English Windows. Okay. Skip. Skip, skip. Skip, skip. I can't remember which version of QuickTime for Windows we got. But we got 203, which seems kind of high now. Here we go, Yellow Brick Road. Okay, so unfortunately this means we got to kind of... There are some kind of cool... Oh, yeah. There's like a little cool strobing effect that happens when you click the mouse button, which I sort of... We see like one frame of in ScummVM, which implies that we're not kind of doing that right. But look, see if I click the mouse, you get a little kind of mouse cursor animation. Because I noticed that before, but I thought it might have been a glitch. Yep, no menu bar at the top.
Sorry if I scared you. I thought you were one of the evil gnomes, man. Who are you? Where are you from? I don't really understand how, but it seems like you've come from another world. You're not one of the evil Gnome King's men after all. Why don't you come with me? I'm going to rescue the lion, who's a prisoner of the gnome.
Also, there's this business down here with the frames. Like, the red frame seems to disappear. As soon as you leave the house in ScummVM, which seems like a different action than what's meant to be. So take the torch. Okay. Okay, another unskippable cutscene.
Here they come! Here they come! Princess Glinda has disappeared, and now the Gnome King's soldiers are going to attack us!
If we follow this road, we'll find the lion. They've probably chained the lion to a boulder.
Okay.
It's the lion.
It's the lion.
We must free him before the Gnome King's guards come back.
Too late. Okay, so if we win this battle, I think that'll be enough to create a save point.
Who are you? Did Glinda send you?
By the order of Kingdom, you cannot proceed any further.
I mean, we can check, actually.
There is nothing to discuss.
Leave this to me. I can handle this by myself.
Oh, there's also some MIDI music which we don't really support at this point. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's also meant to be like little boxes around the weapons, which I don't think we have. Okay, so we won that fight. I should have also checked to see like what it looks like when we die, because that's not working properly. Oh, also the crown animation for some reason was cooked. Okay, that change? Not yet.
What? The Scarecrow is headed for the Emerald City alone? He went to ask Glinda to save us from the evil Gnome King and his thugs? Alright then, let's go to the Emerald City.
Okay. How about now? Interesting. Could have sworn that one of those lion movies had a save parameter in it, but maybe we've got to get into the boat before that gets tripped.
You wait here. We'll get the gondola. We're off to look for the Scarecrow.
Okay. Did that do it? No. Maybe it's something that only gets triggered when you quit. I mean, that sounds possible. I just don't know how to quit. I guess we just keep mashing keys until something opens up the quit dialogue. Okay, last check. Nope, nothing.
More gnome guards. Maybe we can get some information out of them.
How about the letter Q? Okay, letter Q allows you to quit. Okay, for scientific curiosity, I'm going to say yes, I do want to quit. Okay, and that didn't appear to write anything. But if I were to go back into Yellow Brick Road and go restore previous game, or continue previous game. Interesting. Okay, so the last, so it did save something. It saved something. Oh, okay, it saved YBR to INI to Windows. That sometimes happens. Yeah, okay, great. So I've got like that. Oh, I see. Okay, so we've got write private profile string, which is the Windows INA, I think, for writing out the INI. I mean, that makes more sense that they would use the Windows INI for that. Interesting. Oh. I mean, we've got like this check here, which is oring this, which makes me think, okay, maybe like it's setting bits. Like that's what this method is meant to be doing. Because like the only thing that gets written to the private profile string is this number here. And it should, I mean, okay, we've got like the number 2 here. And according to the method... Oh, good lord, I've got way too many of these open. W for widget. Yeah, save data is just, it takes one integer as an argument. I mean, this could also, but oh no, I think the meth table has to be correct with the type, because it's got like this, it's got an I next to it, saying that place has got to be an integer, but potentially it's not. Like, we've got all this stuff here about like warp and bedsui and all these other things. K key. I don't know, if we look at like the load command, what have we got? dword pointer ESBX. Oh wait, yeah, okay, that's the there is like a struct which contains all of the XObject methods, which is being called here. Like these all correspond to methods, I just can't remember what they are. But a lot of them seem to be about fetching. So what have we got? We've got like 34 5C 0C. That okay, so we're in games. So Triptaka. So Macromedia. Okay. I downloaded all of the XObject developer kit stuff I could find. It's very hard, like, it's like spread over like a bunch of CDs and files which I found on the Internet Archive, but miraculously, oh sorry, the Internet Archive had the links to the files. It did not have the files themselves. However, Adobe is apparently has kept the same server online since about 1996. So I was able to download these very, very old Stuff and Expander archives which contain the old XObject development kit and stuff like that. Which is real good news. Not file.io, we want include. Yeah, alright, because like these are all of the function handles. And I think in Ghidra I actually converted this to... In Ghidra I did convert this to a table that I could look up, and maybe that would have been the smart play to use Ghidra instead of IDA. We can try using Ghidra. There's nothing stopping us from using Ghidra. Okay. So, get out of here. We don't need that. Okay. We're going to import from the Windows version widget DLL. It's a new executable. Okay, it doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be good enough. So let's go to load data. Right, and param1, I think we can change the type to this max 68K. How do you add another one? Replace data structures. Data types. We want to add another data types library. Import file, export file. Oh, here it is. It's this little arrow down here which allows you to open the archive. So if we open a project archive, X command. Oh wait, no, sorry, not open a project archive. We're going to open a file archive. And we want Macromedia. And this is XObject Win16. Retype this to be of type. Okay, and then the calling convention. The calling convention was file.c. Okay, so it's mem handle first, or two mem handles, then the table pointer, and then I think it's LX proc table pointer. Oh. Did that do anything? Okay. There we go. So that's more like it. So we can see that we've got code here to set a global. Annoyingly, Ghidra doesn't really support 16-bit pointers very, very good. Either that or it doesn't support string resolution properly. I haven't decided, but we can kind of infer what's going on from here. Or we can just start typing. Okay, so this again, no reason why they needed a DLL for doing any of this. It's exactly the same as doing it in Lingo, except more complicated and more prone to failure and more of a pain in the ass to port. Like maybe they decided, oh, we've got this great DLL already. Like, why would we need to use file.io like every other sucker? But anyway, that's fine. That's like the method table. Oh wait, no, the string is there. I'm just being lazy and reading the decompile thing. But we can see here that it's oh no, that's the method. I'm an idiot. Sorry. DS 129. Can we add a reference to show references to address? Because like DS 129. Address not found in memory. Whereas if we like skate to here, yeah, we've got our command here. Oh, look, it's even got it here. Assume DS equals 1008, so it knows. It knows that it's there. So if I were to go ahead and like add a reference in the data segment. Yeah, like this guy. So if I were to say data string add label. Okay, and then here, a reference from memory. Yeah, okay. That's how you do it. So if I then remove the label, it will just create a generic one. So let's just do that. Oh, Control-Alt-R creates a memory reference, but it's wrong. But it's wrong. Add reference from memory 1008. Memory 1008. Reference from. Annoyingly, this still won't fix the disassembly. The disassembly still has no way of gluing together like a segmented address, which is frustrating. But we should be able to figure it out. data string. Great. Okay, that should cover most of it. Question mark. Okay, then we can come back here. Okay. Oh yeah, we should probably do the save data one first. Where the hell that is? Save data. Okay, so in order to do that, we need to change this into retype LX proc table pointer. Okay, references, add references from here. Interesting, okay, so it tries to get various globals. And then, okay, and yeah, this disassembly is all wrong. It's missing the branches, which is kind of important. Okay, also, do we have... Yeah, we have, at least one other thing that uses I. Oh, okay, and it doesn't do it like the nice way. It does it kind of the sleazy way, but that's okay. I think there's only really like one variable that's written to the ini file anyway. It checks for globals to set up. But I think it only ever writes one file. Okay. So we call get lingo global, get lingo global, get lingo global. Okay, so I'm guessing that's what 34 is going to be. Because the two that get called would be... Oh no, we've got 34, 5C, and then 0. Oh, there's memdispose. Okay, memdispose I think is going to be the... It's going to be... Memdispose is going to be one of them. Okay. Now what's the trick to getting a variable? We do that all the time. It can't be that difficult. Would it be in code? It's like array push, constant push, name push, object prop push, global push. var fetch, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay. Let's just do that. So that was one of them. There we go. K key, I think. Oh wait, let's load data. Oh, I see. Okay. So what we're meant to do is go. So we fetch the number. We'll sort that out. If flags. Okay, there's this stuff here. Of course, the offsets are slightly different. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at... Okay, that's why. I'm looking at load data in one and save in the other. I should be looking at... we should be looking at save data for both. Yeah, because it get... Okay. That's Get Lingo Global. Okay, then it does... Okay, there's supposed to be some wrapper around printf, or string printf. WVS printf. That's formatted out of the specified property using pointer to the list of arguments. Okay. Are there any other subsequent calls to the main? I mean, there's mem dispose, but there's not really... Oh, okay, no, this sends the proc table. Yeah, okay, so I see. Add reference from memory 1008. Okay, we have like this call. Keep coming back to it. We have a call to get Lingo Global with that issue. Yeah, okay, and that... I see, so it returns back a memory handle, which you then have to dereference in order to actually get the data inside it. So presumably that's what it's doing. Like it was scanf, I don't understand. Okay, well, we can guess. We can guess what it is they're trying to do. Which is they're trying to fetch the variable and they're trying to see if it is equal to I guess 0, hey. I don't know if it's equal to 1. Okay, then we do pretty much the same thing for K key. Okay, then back on here. Okay, then that adds 4,000. Okay, then we got warp. Okay. Oh, I missed one. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Badisui Keiki, Betsui Warp. Okay, then Bat 4. Okay. And then okay, and DI is being set to the second argument, which would be just load data Okay, load data doesn't take an argument. Sorry, save data. God damn, I keep writing it in the wrong spot. Okay, save data takes an argument. Okay, what was the argument? It was place. I think that's about right. And then we got to write to the we got to write an INI as an output. Okay, let's just rip this off. Open for saving. Okay, let's see if we can. Let's see if that's good enough. Okay, and then we need a reverse function for load data. Oh, and that's gonna be a read stream. Okay, now if we look at like the loading code, we can see that we're fetching this, we then try and get like the dat block. This is kind of sleazy, but then again, it doesn't have to be complicated. Games win. Win 16 Windows. Yeah, okay, and it is a carriage return line feed situation. So it's Avia debt. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4. Oh my god, how do you reference NPOS? Code completion. Yeah, common string NPOS. And then okay, so we fetch that. I'm kind of interested to see if we still return anything at the end. Yeah, and if it's equal to that's 1 or 0. Okay. Actually, yeah, okay. Do we have some example code which is a load data? Because that might give us what we need. We've got like on load data, load, yeah, res equals loader. If res equals 0, then go to S1. Okay, that seems to be, start.mmm seems to be the go. Yeah, okay, so we need to strip it from all of the extra stuff, I believe. Yep, and that should return this, fall back to 0. Okay, let's see what that does. So we got, so slogging on until, if we get the Tin Man and then go to the lion, I think that should be enough to trigger a save. But I mean, we should be able to tell. So let's turn off that. And then so any kind of loading or saving, we want to know about it. I imagine it's going to try and load the first time around, but I mean, if the file's there, the file isn't there, then that shouldn't be a big deal. Okay. Okay, continue. Yeah, as expected, it's going to try and load. There is no stream, so it's just going to return the number 0. Okay.
Hello, please press a code number.
Well, thank you very much for the follow, Charlie B. Good job around. Okay.
Hey, be quiet! You woke me up!
Alright, get out of here. So I should be able to go inside.
Sorry if I scared you. I thought you were one of the evil gnomes, man. Who are you? Where are you from?
Okay, come on. Let's keep it going, keep it going. Into the house. Into the fireplace. Small stone box. The shoes.
I don't really understand how, but it seems like you've come from another world. You're not one of the evil Gnome King's men after all. Why don't you come with me? I'm going to rescue the lion, who's a prisoner of the gnome.
Okay. Let me just steal your stuff. Yeah, what's going on with the... which is making those frames disappear, I wonder. Okay, close the window. Grab the torch. I keep saying the torch, it's a sprayer, but I keep thinking it's like a handheld blowtorch. Because that'd be a kind of cool thing to have. Okay.
Here they come! Here they come! Princess Glinda has disappeared, and now the Gnome King soldiers are going to attack us!
Alright.
If we follow this road, we'll find the lion. They've probably chained the lion to a boulder.
Okay. Now, visiting the lion should trigger a breakpoint, I believe. Lion? Interesting. Apparently not. Oh, we gotta fight. We gotta fight this. We gotta fight this guy. Alright.
Who are you? Did Glinda send you?
Hopefully this will be the last time I
By
have to
the
do
order
this.
of King Gnome, you cannot proceed any further.
There is nothing to discuss.
Leave this to me. I can handle this by myself.
Wearing the golden crown he stole from the lion. What a prick. Okay, so entering into the battle appears to have saved the game. That's an interesting turn up for the books. Maybe this is the point at which it was most likely to crash, but okay, and I think these are all for all things that we haven't found yet, so it makes sense that... Interesting. Okay, no, they're all strings. They're all strings. That I wasn't expecting. It's a string of the number 0. I should probably check these other ones. God damn it. Okay, that's also a string. Of the number 0. I think it should be able to cast a string to an int. Fine. Okay, flags is just the number 1. Continue. And just to check, YBR. Wait, what? Son of a bitch. I forgot about that. Okay. I forgot you need to prefix it with the thing. That's annoying. Okay, but... What? What happened here? What was this? What got written? Ugh. Okay. Oh, okay. So, I think there might be a couple of problems here. One, I didn't add the prefix, so that means that it doesn't have the right game ID attached to it, which means it won't be able to be found. And secondly, I think I used an instance string variable, which then meant that, like, by the time that I called cstir, then the destructor had been called, and therefore it was invalid, which is bad. I mean, that's a guess. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's probably bad. Oh, because... Yeah, it expects there to be a reference. So column... Okay, so let's do that. Oh, call this method right. I forgot to do finalize as well. That's also bad. Okay, so open for saving. Alright, one more run through. Actually, no, we can probably just skip, let's just do the battle, and I think that it should do a save game after that. Because none of the other variables should be set. Assuming that this is here. The load file game save game. Wait, no, not Henry. Not Henry. Freaking hell. Save data. Del 1, Del 2, data. Okay, and if I'm right, finishing the battle, we'll do another save point just after we've, or just before we free the lion. Okay, so let's play through this then.
Oh. Oh.
Come on. Oh my god, really? Come on. There we go. Alright. Okay, now I gotta work on you. Also gotta figure out what's wrong with that weird... Like, why the sprite kind of shrinks for that one frame. That seems wrong. Great. Great! Alright, and it called save data. Please save it properly. I'm begging you to save it properly. Okay. So now if I quit the game... Actually, before I quit the game... Why is that still garbage? Oh my god. Yeah, it's just, it's full of nonsense. It's full of crazy nonsense. Why is that? Why? What possible objection could you have to writing a string to a file? Okay, writes the given string to the stream. This writes stir size characters with no terminating 0 byte. Fine. I got no beef with that. What am I doing? Okay. Okay, this time I think I might have to like step through it and double check that the buffer is good. I don't get why it wouldn't be good because we're allocating it on the heap. Sorry, that's the stack. There's like no reason why it should be bad. And yet it is bad. Okay, let's do another one of these battles. Oh, sure, I nailed it that time. Okay, but apparently not. Okay. Alright. Alright. The sword blade doesn't seem very effective. and save data. Okay. Okay, it's trying to save everything. Save, save, save. Getting all the stuff. Finding an output stream. And here we go. We've got our buffer. It's got nothing but good things in the buffer. I do not understand how this could be objectionable. It's G-zipped. God. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot that by default, ScummVM, the save system G-zips files. We don't want that. That's no good. That's no good to us. Because yeah, we want this to be backwards compatible with the original save, and in order to do that, we don't want compression. False. Okay, well that's not too bad. That means that we can un-G-zip it and then have another stab at loading without doing the battle again, which I'm kind of happy about. Oh, right. I gotta follow through. That's fair enough. Okay, move this. Great. Okay, so now we should be able to go back into here, rebuild this without compression. And now, if we load the game, we should start from the line and not the start of the game. Okay, we'll try this and then I think we'll wrap up because, oh my god, yep, it is crazy late. But, oh no, we don't want to start from the battle, we just want to start from the start of the game. Because yeah, last week was a bit of a squib, and this time was super successful. Oh my god, like, yeah, just that fix for the lingo parser, which allows garbage, is gonna fix so many games. I am excited. Okay, continue. And that's it. We got saves working. Alright, well, dang it. That was the stream. Thanks again for tuning in. We're gonna raid somebody. We are gonna raid somebody. But whom? Oh, okay. Summer B76 is playing some demos, so we're gonna go say hi to Summer. Yeah. I'll definitely be back on Tuesday. I wasn't back on Tuesday this week because I went to a gig, but next week, I don't have a gig, so I will be doing more Fool's Errand stuff. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.